Yeah.
So what a compressor is a compressor is kind of the equivalent of somebody
Well, if you're joining us here this afternoon, glad to have you here at Birch Speedway, and glad to have the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour back on track to wrap up their final practice session here today. They got about 10 minutes or so on track earlier today, and Mother Nature came in and put a halt to things. So they'll have a final 30 minutes on the racetrack, get these cars tuned up for tonight's Firecracker 100. Glad to have you here. Thanks so much for being a part of tonight's events. So that'll do it for final practice for the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. Kyle Crump fastest at the end of practice, 15.744 his time for the day. Chase Berta second quick, 15.780. Kevin Cremonesi third quick, 15.820. Ethan Stanuchek fourth, Dan Leake fifth, and Carson Hosevar, Katie Hettinger, Brandon Varney, Evan Varney, and Jimmy Tucker round out the top 10 for that final practice. They'll come back out here after local practice for JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour qualifying. That'll be right around 6 o'clock here, coming up in less than 50 minutes for the qualifying for the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. So that's straight ahead here from Birch Speedway. Appreciate you being here. Everything looks fantastic for the rest of the afternoon. Had a little bit of a pushback from Mother Nature earlier today, but it seems as though she may have got that out of her system, so we are good to go now for the rest of the afternoon. So let your friends, family know where you're hanging out here on a Saturday night, enjoying the Firecracker 100, which is coming up later on this evening from Birch Speedway. Thanks so much. Qualifying coming up. Local practice is next here at Birch.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome into the Birch Speedway and Event Center as we get ready for a night of racing action featuring the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour presented by Chevrolet Performance Firecracker 100. That'll be coming up a little bit later. Getting set for practice for the Mason Burgess Title Agency American Truck Class. They'll be out here in just a little bit. Get everything set for you. Local qualifying is set to start at 6:30 with a pre-race at 6:50. Followed at 7 o'clock by the Mason Burgess Title Agency Trucks Heat Race at 7 o'clock.
a great situation. And actually, the trade-off from what we looked at first thing this morning to what we see now looks really good. So, and really, we're not losing a whole lot of schedule out of it either.
No, not really. Big credit goes out to the Birch Speedway track crew, Dave, and everybody on the safety crew coming out there with the tires, dragging it down, getting all the way from the top of turns 1 and 2 all the way down. Surface looks great for a quality night of racing action.
So it will be qualifying is the next thing on the docket for the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour presented by Chevrolet Performance. We had 18 cars register for this event. 16 ended up on the property here today, so a couple of things getting in the way of a few drivers here tonight. But we've got, I tell you what, you look at those 16 that are on the property, and I'm telling you right now, anywhere from 12 to 13 of them could end up in victory lane here tonight at Birch Speedway. So that is the list of drivers that you're looking at. We'll go through that list here today as well as we get ready for qualifying. Single car qualifying for the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. Look at basically a throwaway lap coming out of the chute and get up to speed, and then they'll be on the clock to try to set that fast time here tonight. Now, I don't think that we're going to get in the neighborhood, but just for those of you who like to keep track at home, 15.260, the track record here at Birch Speedway, 15.260. That's set all the way back on June 15th of 2012 by Daniel Hemrick. So we'll see if we get into that neighborhood. I would be surprised. Our practice time's a 15.7 by Kyle Crump, the fastest time that we had here earlier today. Firecracker 100 coming up tonight, 100 laps around the Birch Speedway and Event Center. Keep in mind, we'll have a decision to make, or actually one of the drivers will have a decision to make later on this afternoon. Chase Berta, who picked up the win earlier this season here at Birch Speedway, will have to decide whether or not he wants to go to the tail of this field for some bonus money here tonight, or if he wants to keep his starting spot wherever that will be at the end of qualifying. Of course, a redraw will take place this afternoon as well. While you're there, be sure to check in on social media, Facebook and Twitter for Champion Racing Association at CRA Racing on Twitter, CRA Champion Racing Association on Facebook. You can check out our website as well, cra-racing.com. And check in, let friends, family know where you're hanging out, having a fantastic evening on a Saturday night right here at Birch Speedway and Event Center. And it's time to go qualifying. The first car rolling to the Speedway makes his home just down the road in Taylor, Michigan, in the Pro Spot Welding Cast Sheet Metal. Duncan Clothing, number 9. This Ford driven by Guy Fire. Guy Fire behind the wheel of the number 9. Perhaps arguably one of the best names for a race car driver that I've ever seen, Guy Fire. On the clock now, the green cloth waved that time by. That trips the trigger on the stopwatch. Warm-up lap of 17.224. First official lap, car gets a little tight coming off turn number 4, 16.412 for Guy Fire, 16.412 the first official lap around Birch Speedway. A lot of these drivers here last night testing prior to tonight's event. Going to see a lot of changes sideways this time off turn 4, but better. 16.182, a 1.6182 for Guy Fire in the number 9. Now rolling to the racetrack, fresh off his best career finish with the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. Finished third at Owasso Speedway a couple of weeks ago. Makes his home in Rochester Hills, Michigan in the Van Dorn Racing Development Race 1 Wrap Chevrolet. The number 28 is Kevin Cremonesi. This racetrack going to be considerably different than what these drivers saw last night during testing. That rain that came through today washing away all the rubber that was laid down. Green racetrack. Some drivers think it's going to add to the grip level. Some think it's going to dissipate the grip level. We'll see what ends up happening as Cremonesi goes top of the speed charts. 16.044, 1.6044 for Kevin Cremonesi on lap number 1. We'll see if he can turn the wick up for lap number 2. Off of turn number 4. Tries to get that perfect exit. Looks pretty smooth to the stripe this time by. It will be faster. 15.867. First car in that 15-second bracket. 1.5867 for Kevin Cremonesi. Now on the racetrack, this driver makes his home in Hicksville, Ohio, a regular with the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour here in 2023. Behind the wheel of the JDCC, TLC Sports Marketing, More Industrial Supplies, T2RC, SP Carburetors Toyota. The number 15 is Brian Demland. Demlin down into the third and fourth turn, coming off that corner for his first official lap on the board. He will punch it in. Third quick, 16.503, 16503 for Demlin. Yellow, black, and white, number 15. Second time by the charts, 16.451 will be his lap of record, 16.451 for the Hicksville, Ohio native Brian Demlin. Now on the racetrack, the latest winner with the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour went to victory lane after leading a whole mess of laps at Owasso Speedway the last time out. Out of Howell, Michigan in the TK Racing Lisa Thomas Salon Chevrolet, the number 71 is Kyle Crump. Kyle Crump, one of two red number 71s that you'll see here today. So take notice of this car, examine it, look it over real well if you're a Kyle Crump fan. Crump, first time by, second quick, 16.048, 16048. Needs to pick up over a tenth to knock down Kevin Cremonesi. Nice and smooth, bottom of the racetrack, a little sideways off the fourth turn. Sideways again down the main straightaway, crosses the stripe. What does he have? Faster, but still second quick. 15.991, a 15991 for Kyle Crump. Now on the Speedway, led 40 of the 100 laps here at Birch Run Speedway in our last visit, but came up short on the final 60. Makes his home right here in Birch Run. And Mr. Asphalt Bridge Lake Auto-sponsored Chevrolet, the number 12 is Dan Leake. Two-time JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour champion. He's sideways off the fourth turn. First time by the flag stand. He'll go third quick, 16.112, a 16112. What does he have in him for the second time by? Touch slower on the second lap, 16.141, so he'll keep the 16.112 for Dan Leake. Now on the Speedway, the first of two 61s that you'll see here tonight. The Richmond, Michigan driver, the younger brother of the family tree, and the DTS, Forever Drive, Andorn Racing Development, Bassett Racing Wheels, Vans Tire Chevrolet. The number 61 is Evan Varney. Evan Varney had one of his better qualifying efforts in his career, inside the top 5, almost inside the top 3 at Owasso Speedway. Out-qualified his older brother, Brandon. First time around for Evan. Fifth quick, 16.200, 16.200 for Evan Varney in 61E. Pretty good off the fourth turn for the second time around. This time by, third quick, jumps up nicely, 16.007, 16007 for Evan Varney in 61. Now on the racing surface, picked up his second career NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series win just 1 week ago at Nashville Super Speedway. A native of Portage, Michigan, in the Premier Security Precision Fleet Image, Berger Chevrolet, Scott's Coin HD5 Design sponsored Chevrolet. The number 14 is Carson Hocevar. Hocevar down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. A two-time winner here at Birch Run Speedway last season in these very same events. Slideways off the fourth turn, first time by for Hocevar. Third quick, 15.998, 15998. Third quick right now. Off the fourth turn, second time by the stripe. Mark Henry waves that checkered flag. Hocevar second quick, 15.953. Second quick for Carson Hocevar, a 15953. Now on the Speedway, the driver that will have a decision to make later on today after winning here in our last visit at Birch Run Speedway, the Lapeer, Michigan native in the Lapeer Pool and Spa. Rob Service, Finish Line Auto Sales Chevrolet. The number 18 is Chase Berta. Chase Berta in 18, also bringing on Rick Ryan Disposal this week here at Birch Run Speedway. First time by for Berta, second quick, 15.904, 15.904, second quick, needs to pick up 37/100ths of a second to get quick time from Kevin Cremonesi. Off the fourth turn by the starter stand. Quick time, 15.818 for Chase Berta, top of the speed charts. Now on the racetrack, makes his home in Taylor, Michigan, and the M&M Controls. Hyperseal Precision Epoxy, one-stop speed shop, Van Dorn Racing Development Ford. The number 20 is Ethan Stanuchak. Off the fourth turn, first time in the books for Ethan Stanuchak. He'll punch it in fourth quick, 15.973, a 15.973 for Stanuchak on his first time around. Second time off of turn 4. Stanuchak better, but still fourth quick, 15.954, 15.954 for Ethan Stanuchak on that second time around. Now on the Speedway, returning for the first time in a couple of seasons here with the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. Ran the full season, -1 race back in 2019. Windsor, Ontario, Canada native in the Fast Time Racing Engines, Great American Chrome. Sun Parlor Trailers Chevrolet, the number 42 is Tyler McKenzie. McKenzie, a late addition to the show here this weekend at Birch Run Speedway. Glad to see them make a trip across the pond. First time for McKenzie, 10th quick, 17.129, 17.129. Second time by for McKenzie is faster, but still 10th quick, 16.961. 16961 for Tyler McKenzie in 42. Hoping to get his first full 100 out of this car here in the 2023 season. Chased mechanical problems at Owasso Speedway a few weeks ago in our last outing. He calls Carlton, Michigan home in the 5-mile speed shop, Perfect Shot Firearms, TS Group Fluid Handling, K&D Safety, Chevrolet. The number 20 is Jeff Brissett. Talked to Versack. They were chasing an oil leak on that car at Owasso Speedway. Could not get it pinpointed. He says everything's buttoned up and ready to go here tonight at Birch Run Speedway. First time by for qualifying. 9th quick, 16.433, 16.433 for Jeff Versack in 20. Nice and easy through turns 3 and 4 and off the fourth turn to the checkered flag. Second time by. Faster, but still 9th quick, 16.239, a 16.239 for Jeff Versack. Now on the Speedway out of Muskegon, Michigan. In the Munson Motorsports BLD Bistro, Blank Slate Creamery, Liquid Gold Concentrate Chevrolet. The number 1 is John Beach. '21 winner with the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. Got an exciting win at Winchester Speedway with that number 1 machine. First official time for Beach. He'll cross the stripe, punch it in 11th quick, 16.680, 16.680. Second time around, John Beach in number 1 goes just a tad slower, 16.727, so he'll keep the 16.680 for the lap of record. Podium finish right here at Birch Run Speedway last time we were out. Had a car capable of winning, he says. He's looking for more here tonight. Out of Lakeland, Florida, in the Race Car Engineering, FLF Race Cars Ford. The number 10 is Steve Dorr. I asked Steve earlier today, I said, anything I need to know, anything, storylines-wise I should keep in mind for the broadcast today? He goes, if you can help me get more money, that'd be pretty cool. I said, well, ain't that all of us? Sideways off the fourth turn for Steve Dorr. First time by the stripe. He'll punch it in. Eighth, make it, eighth quick. 16, 170, 16, 170. Eighth quick for Dorr. Second time by Steve Dorr across the stripe. Faster, seventh quick. 16, 082, 16082 on that second lap for Steve Dorr. Making her return to the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour for the first time since September of 2022, and it was right here at Birch Run Speedway where she finished in fifth. First ever start behind the wheel of a TK Racing Chevrolet. Out of Dryden, Michigan, Elisa's Thomas Salon, Van Dorn Racing Development, Team Chevy, Wheeler Trucking Chevrolet. The 171 is Katie Hettinger. Hettinger working down into turns 3 and 4. So you'll notice the distinct difference between this car. So we'll sideways off the fourth turn. Hettinger will punch it in. Seventh quick, 16.072. Take note, there is a little one in front of the 71. Also, the nose cone is different on Katie's car, and the A pillars, those pink pillars on the side of the windshield, help distinguish that car from Kyle Crump's car. Second time is slower for Hettinger, 16.118. She'll keep seventh quick with a 16.072 for Katie Hettinger. Now on the racetrack out of Richmond, Michigan. Picked up his best career JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour finish at Salem Speedway when he brought it home on the podium. Out of Richmond, Michigan, the DTS Forever Drive, Van Dorn Racing Development, Bassett Race Wheels, Vans Tire, Chevrolet. The number 61 is Brandon Varney. First time by, Brandon Varney on the clock. He'll punch it in. Fifth quick, 15.976, a 159.76 for Brandon Varney in 61. Will has to burp the throttle coming off turn 4, and that will show on the clock as well. 15.982, just a touch slower for Varney. That lap may have been better if he didn't have to roll out of it coming to the checker. So 15.976, Varney's lap of record, good enough right now for fifth on the speed charts. Now on the racetrack for qualifying. I couldn't believe this stat when I looked it up because this guy has gone to victory lane so many times with so many different people, but he's actually looking for his first career JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour win. Trying to get it right here at Birch Run Speedway out of Mount Clemens, Michigan. In the pleasure zone, Jim's Catering, Van Dorn Racing Development, OmniMax TV, Chevrolet. The number 22 is Jimmy Tucker. First time for Jimmy Tucker, 12th quick, 16.201, 16201 for Tucker. Sideways and now across the stripe for Tucker. Nice improvement, seventh quick, 15.992 for Jimmy Tucker, seventh quick with that 15.992. And that'll do it for qualifying for the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. Fastest here this afternoon, looking to pick up right where he left off with a time of 15.818. Chase Berta, top of the pylon. Second quick, Kevin Cremonesi with that 15.867. Carson Hosevar third with a 15.953. Ethan Stanuchak fourth quick, 15.954. Brandon Varney fifth with a 15.976. Then Kyle Crump, Jimmy Tucker, Evan Varney, Katie Hettinger, Steve Dorr round out the top 10, followed by Dan Leake, Guy Fire, Jeff Versek, Brian Demlin, John Beach, and Tyler McKenzie. So that'll do it for the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour qualifying portion of tonight's show. Next time we talk, we'll be getting ready for 100 big laps around Birch Run Speedway for the Firecracker 100 here tonight. Thank you so much for being here. Be sure to check in Facebook, Twitter, Instagram if you've got one of those as well. Check in with Birch Run Speedway. Tag your friends. Let them know they still have plenty of time to get down here to enjoy tonight's racing action. We don't start until 7 o'clock, so you've got the rest of this hour to get them down here and hang out, grab an ice-cold beverage, grab something to eat, and enjoy tonight's Firecracker 100 from Birch Run Speedway.
Up next will be qualifying for the Mason Burgess Title Agency American Trucks. That will be coming up next. Still going through the drivers' meeting right now, so plenty of time for you to go down, check out the concession stand, get you something good to eat, cool to drink. Also, Gas Alley open if you're looking for an adult libation. All kinds of great mixed drinks, beers down there for you to choose from. So check that out. We got our vendor village going on down there also. Friend from, of course, the Dixie General Store with all of our souvenirs. Lots of stuff for you to check out there. We'll be getting into truck qualifying here in just a bit.
Also, don't forget 50/50 ticket sales are ongoing. 3 for $5 or an arm's length for $20. All proceeds will be split in half and go to the Mid-Michigan Heat girls travel softball team. Also want to welcome the fine folks at Premier Security up in the B&S Heating and Cooling Skybox. Welcome to the track, folks. We appreciate you coming out. Also, while you're in the stands, or if you know somebody that's home that's trying to watch, you can tune in on Racing America as well as the Birch Run Speedway YouTube page. Give us a subscribe. We're at 500 subscribers, and during intermission, we'll be giving some goodies away. Our very own Kyle Hill will be down on the front stretch, but you have to prove that you are a subscriber to the Birch Run Speedway YouTube channel. Mason Burgess Title Agency American Trucks hitting the track for their qualifying. Feature winner already this season, Joe Shamel in the 47X. Matthew Mosher in that green number 79. Dan Shamel in the white and blue 47. And Ryan Hunn in the number 8. That's your first group of Mason Burgess Title Agency American Trucks set to do qualifying.
Session number 1 underway. Session number 1, all done for the Mason Burgess Title Agency American Trucks. Fastest truck on the track, fast qualifier so far. The 47 of Dan Shamel with an 18.131. Then Joe Shamel in the 47X with an 18.583. Ryan Hunt in the number 8, a 19.236. And Matt Mosher in the number 79, his best lap at 20.361.
Waiting on group number 2 to make their way out onto the track. Group number 2 for the Mason Burgess Title Agency American Trucks, Cam DeLong in the number 95. Making the jump up from the front-wheel drive class, the number 55 is Anthony Duvernoy. Jason Grissom in the 224. That will complete group number 2 for the Mason Burgess Title Agency American Trucks.
Session number 2 all through. For our American trucks, Anthony Duvernay's fastest truck on the track that session with an 18.733. Cam DeLong in the 95, a 19.006. And Jason Grissom in the 224, his best lap, a 19.051.
Well, we were scheduled to have a race for the Legend Series cars. Unfortunately, only 2 showed up, but thank you to Gregory Rudzik in the 17 and Anthony Bunch in the number 6. AJ hailing from Hazlitt, Michigan. Gregory hailing from White Lake, Michigan. AJ's also got a YouTube page as well, so you can check that out, AJ Bunch Racing.
Well, I'll tell you what, Chuck. A couple of very evenly matched Legends cars. Too bad we don't have a few more. These 2 right here, lap after lap, within closer than a tenth of a second within each other. Their fastest times, AJ Bunch got it. He got a 16.650, but Rudzik in the number 17, a 16.668. And all of them 8 laps were all just as tight as could be. So very, very consistent times between the 2 drivers that we have here in the Legends.
Hopefully the next event on August 12th, when they come back, they'll bring a few more cars. I know last time out, Evan Finley from Salone, Ohio, ended up winning, brought a whole bunch of cars from that Knox Racing stable, and we look to hopefully bring them back and a few more on August 12th.
Hope so. They usually put on a pretty good show. But that will conclude our local qualifying now, I do believe. Going to start getting ready for all of our pre-race festivities here. So we look to get tonight's racing program started right here in about 20 minutes or so. So again, you got time to stop on down to the concession stand and grab something to eat, something cold to drink. Check out all of our other vendors here. Also got the 50/50 tickets on sale.
And don't forget, if you're in the area this Thursday, we got a big concert coming up. the Todd Michael Band, Waylon Hanel, and Sweet Tea Trio, all Thursday night on the United Financial Credit Union stage.
Dear Heavenly Father, please look over all of our drivers tonight, their crews, our staff, and our fans. Have a fun, safe night of racing. Also, keep in mind our soldiers fighting overseas for our rights and privileges to do what we're doing here tonight. Enjoy a night of local short track racing. This we ask in Jesus' name. Amen. I'll now send it down to my partner, Chuck Darling, to introduce to you our national anthem singer.
Now singing our national anthem from Flushing, Michigan, Kimberly Matsko.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave on the land of the free, when the home of the brave.
Wow.
Nice job. Who's ready for some racing? Ah, come on, Birch Speedway and Event Center. You can do better than that. Who's ready for some racing? There we go. Better, Ed. Back up to you, Big Ed.
Thank you very much, Chuck. We need our CRA drivers to their cars at this time, please. CRA drivers, all to your cars immediately. What a nice national anthem. Very well done. Well, what a great night of racing we're going to have for you folks here. We're going to start it off with a heat race for our Mason Burgess Title Agency American Truck Division. We'll go 8 laps on this one. Matt Mosier in the number 79. Jason Grissom in the 224. That's Joe Shamel in the 47X with a pink X on it. Cam DeLong in the number 95. Dan Shamel in the 47. That's the long bed one. And then Anthony Duvernois in the number 55. 8 laps, heat race for our truckers. Matt Mosier setting the pace, coming off turn 4. Green flag's out. We are racing.
And we're 3 wide down the front stretch already. Look out down into turn 1, almost 4 wide. Anthony Duvernois, the loser on that one, getting shuffled way up top. 3 wide still out of 2. Jason Grissom with the advantage out of turn 4.
Grissom with a gorilla in the back of his truck there. And speaking of gorilla,
how fitting that Gorilla Racing's Chuck Silva is in attendance tonight, as we've got a battle for second. Shamel and Shamel. Dan goes around the inside of Joe Shamel, takes over that second spot.
Grissom still leads it. Got the Shamo brothers behind him. Cam DeLong runs fourth. Duvenoy's fifth.
Grissom trying to pinch it down low, not wanting to wash up the track. Dan Shamel says, I'm going to try going around the outside. 47 to the outside, out of turn 2, down the backstretch, using all of the real estate on the 3rd mile.
Picks up the momentum, gets side by side with Grissom off turn 4. It's Shamel by a nose at the halfway point. 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. Sliding it sideways through 1 and 2 on the outside.
Putting that long bed sideways, not really deterring his speed as he's inching out ahead of Grissom coming out of turn 4. Give the lead to Dan Shamel at the line, still on the high side, Grissom down low. Shamel washes up the track. Duvenoy into the back of Cam DeLong, back farther in the pack. DeLong saves it.
Shamel with enough room to try to move down to the inside now. He gets it done, pulls 2 truck lengths on Grissom as he heads into 1.
Now here comes Joe Shamel, already picked himself up a feature win earlier this season as Anthony Duvenoy pulls the 55 machine into the pits.
Shamel extends that distance, time running out, white flag out, 1 lap to go. He was high, wide, and Hampson making that pass on the outside lane. It's going to equal a checkered flag as Jeff West throws the checkered flag. Your winner is going to be Dan Shamel. Grissom holds on to 2nd. Joe Shamel runs 3rd, Cam DeLong 4th, and it's going to be Matt Mosier that'll be scored in the 5th position.
Well, definitely looking to continue the winning ways of the Shamel legacy. Following the footsteps of brother Joe, picking up a win. Slowly making his way down to victory lane, right underneath the Back Road Beauty Salon flag stand. He's got the truck stopped. He's got the helmet off. Ladies and gentlemen, let him hear you. Dan Shamel, winner of the heat race for the Mason Burgess Title Agency American Truck Class.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, we did have to move the schedule around here. We had to cancel a couple of things, move some things around. And folks, it's going to be JEGS CRA time coming up here, and to call their action, to bring you all the moves that happen on the track, the one and only the voice of the CRA JEGS series, Zach Heiser. Zach.
Thank you very much, Big Ed. Appreciate the kind words and the great intro right there. And what a fun truck race to get us started here tonight. Really looking forward to a Firecracker 100 here around Birch Run Speedway. Second event for this mini-series right here at Birch Run Speedway. And Chase Berta, of course, got the win back 1 month ago. Well, I guess it's been 2 now. The calendar has rolled over to July. So 2 months ago right here at Birch Run Speedway. And he got the win in dominating fashion. If you didn't make it here, you didn't watch the replay of that event, Dan Leake was out front early. He and Kevin Cremonesi tangled over in turns 1 and 2. That opened the door for Chase Berta to inherit the lead with the final 60 laps around the Speedway left to go. And Berta stayed out front for those final 60 laps, collected his first career JEGS All-Stars Tour win right here at Birch Run Speedway. He has the option to move to the tail of the field for tonight's race to pick up a big old bonus on top of the regular winnings here this evening. Of course, though, after turning in such a great qualifying effort today, he was part of that all-important redraw. Berta set fast time earlier this afternoon with a 15.818, 15818 for Chase Berta to go top of the speed charts. Then in the redraw, he pulled the outside of row number 3 for his redraw spot. So the question remains, will he take that challenge to go to the back of the field for tonight's 100-lap main event? I'll give you a hint. I know the answer, but I'm going to leave you in suspense until the time comes for me to tell you what it is. So we'll get the cars rolled down to the front straightaway, and we'll go through driver introductions, and then we'll get them fired up for tonight's Firecracker 100 right here at Birch Run Speedway. All right, race fans, it is time to meet the field for tonight's Firecracker 100 with the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour presented by Chevrolet Performance. Starting on the outside of row number 8 out of Windsor, Ontario, Canada. In the Fast Time Racing Engines, Great American Chrome, Sun Parlor Trailers, Chevrolet, the number 42 of Tyler McKenzie. To his inside, out of Muskegon, Michigan, in the Munson Motorsports, BLD Bistro, Blank Slate Creamery, Liquid Gold Concentrate, Chevrolet, the number 1 of John Beach. Outside of row number 7, out of Hicksville, Ohio, in the JDCC, TLC Sports Marketing, More Industrial Supplies, T2RC, SP Carburetors, Toyota, the number 15 of Brian Demland. To his inside, rolling off 13th, out of Carleton, Michigan, in the 5 Mile Speed Shop, Perfect Shot Firearms, TS Group Fluid Handling, K&D Safety Chevrolet, the number 20 of Jeff Versack. Rolling off on the outside of row number 6, out of Taylor, Michigan, in the Pro Spot Welding, Cast Sheet Metal, Duncan Clothing Ford, the number 9, Guy Fire. Rolling off to his inside from right here in Birch Run, Michigan, in the Mr. Asphalt, Bridge Lake Auto Chevrolet, the 2-time JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour champion at number 12, that's Dan Leake. Starting outside of row number 5 out of Lakeland, Florida, in the Race Car Engineering FLF Race Cars Ford, the number 10 is Steve Dorr. To the inside, out of Dryden, Michigan, in the Lisa Thomas Salon, Van Dorn Racing Development Team Chevrolet, Wheeler Trucking Chevy, the number 171 is Katie Hettinger. Starting outside of row number 4, out of Rochester Hills, Michigan, in the Van Dorn Racing Development Race 1 Wraps Chevrolet, the number 28, Kevin Cremonesi. To his inside, out of Taylor, Michigan, in the M&M Controls, Hypersil Precision Epoxy, One-Stop Speed Shop, Van Dorn Racing Development, number 20 is Ethan Stanuchek. And electing to keep his starting spot here tonight, giving up the chance for some bonus money, out of Lapeer, Michigan, and Lapeer Pool and Spa, Rob Service, Finish Line Auto Sales Chevrolet. Give it up for the number 18 of Chase Berta. To the inside, out of Richmond, Michigan, in the DTS Forever Drive, Van Dorn Racing Development, Bassett Wheels, Vans Tires Chevrolet. The number 61 is Evan Varney. Starting outside of row number 2. Out of Howell, Michigan, in the TK Racing, Lisa Thomas Salon Chevrolet. The number 71 is Kyle Crump. Rolling off to his inside, out of Mount Clemens, Michigan, in the Pleasure Zone, Jim's Catering, Van Dorn Racing Development, OmniMax TV Chevrolet. The number 22 is Jimmy Tucker. And now, your front row for tonight's Firecracker 100 at the Birch Run Speedway and Event Center out of Richmond, Michigan, on the outside pole in the DTS, Forever Drive, Van Dorn Racing Development, Bassett Wheels, Vans Tires Chevrolet. The number 61 is Brandon Varney. And leading the field to green, a 2-time NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series winner. Out of Portage, Michigan, in the Premier Security Precision Fleet Image, Berger Chevrolet Scott's Coin HD5 design, number 14 is Carson Hocevar. Final preparations being made inside of the race cars to get set for tonight's Firecracker 100 around Birch Run Speedway. Tonight, race fans, you have the honor of helping me bring these cars to life ahead of these big 100 laps around Birch Run Speedway. When the time is right, we'll go from a count of 3 and then give the command to get these fine automobiles brought up to snuff and ready to do battle. Race fans, it is at this time that we ask you to help us bring this field to life with the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. You know the command of fire engines. It's the greatest. It is the greatest sentence ever uttered in motorsports. The greatest 3 words. From 3, 2, 1, drivers. .100 laps around Birch Run Speedway. A fantastic field of cars here tonight. Want to welcome everyone tuning in on RacingAmerica.tv, watching around the world. What a big weekend for Champion Racing Association and Racing America. I'm telling you what, if you've got a subscription, you're going to work it out this weekend. We got some officials who are going to have a big weekend as well. Tonight, Firecracker 100 at Birch Run Speedway and Event Center. Tomorrow, North-South Super Late Model Challenge from Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. It's going to be a great weekend of template late model racing in and around this region and just a little bit south as well. Great shots here tonight from Birch Run Speedway. We see the field coming down the back straightaway. We'll have a great speed shot cam on the front straightaway as well. See these cars rocket on by. Last season, 2 of the 3 races here at Birch Run Speedway for the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour won by that driver at the front of the field, Carson Hocevar, 2 out of 3 with Birch Run Speedway last year with the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. The other driver who went to victory lane last season here was in a different car. Kyle Crump went to victory lane with his Crosstown Motorsports number 50. This year he brings the TK Racing 71 and tries to go back-to-back with the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour, of course picking up the win at Owasso Speedway. There's another great shot for Racing America fans tonight. That is on board the other TK Racing number 71, technically the 171, Katie Hettinger, bringing the onboard camera to us tonight. Big week for her, of course, running down south, finished second at Caraway Speedway, then made the quick trip up here, back home to Birch Run Speedway for the first time since September of 2022. She hasn't been in a JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour car since then. Actually, I take that back. She raced at Watermelon Capital Speedway back in January was the last time that she was with the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. There's that speed shot cam we were talking about. Great look at the front straightaway here at Birch Run Speedway. Couple of laps here to get the tires warmed up, those Hoosier Racing tires underneath the cars. Get the fluids back where they need to be and up to temperature, ready to do battle for 100 laps in the Firecracker 100. What a fantastic part of your Independence Day weekend. So glad that you chose to be here at Birch Run Speedway as part of your Independence Day weekend celebration. Brandon Varney picked up his best career finish with the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour 2 races ago. Salem Speedway, that green number 61, finished on the podium. First time he'd seen the podium with the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. Jimmy Tucker in 22, if you can believe it. I just could not believe it when I looked that stat up. Jimmy Tucker looking for his first career JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour win, the veteran. Race fans of Birch Run Speedway, it's at this time that we need you to help us send this field off for 100 laps in the Firecracker 100. We need you to get up on your feet. Wave your hats, wave your hands, wave your friends, wave your flags, whatever you got, and make some noise. Send them off in style. It is the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. Here we go, 1 to go, signal given. Pace lights go out on the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour pace truck. Caution lights extinguished around Birch Run Speedway and Event Center. Carson Hocevar won this very event last year. Brandon Varney looking for his first career win. So is Jimmy Tucker. Kyle Crump trying to go back-to-back. Chase Berta trying to go back-to-back at Birch Run Speedway. Bumper to bumper, wheel to wheel, door to door through turns 3 and 4, and off turn 4, the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour is green. Down to turns 1 and 2, give the nod to Carson Hocevar as he works his way down the back straightaway. We're going to go single file through the top 3 spots. Is Jimmy Tucker going to settle in to that 4th spot quickly? Kyle Crump tries to go to the inside of Brandon Varney. Nothing doing off turn number 4. He will lead, that being Carson Hocevar will lead lap number 1. Through 3 and 4, single file through those first 4 spots. Now we got a battle for the 3rd spot heating up as Chase Berta tries to take a peek to the inside of Kyle Crump. They'll single that out once again through turns 1 and 2. Crump will slide high off the 2nd turn. That'll open the door for Berta. It's inviting, but Berta not quite sure that he wants to mark a 10 down the RSVP. He'll slide back in line this time off turn number 4. Behind them it is 2 by 2. That is Ethan Stanuchek on the outside of Jimmy Tucker. That battle right now for about the 6th spot on the racetrack. They're 2 by 2 down the back chute and into turn number 3. Tucker on the bottom has a half a car length advantage with Ethan Stanuchek hanging tough on the outside. To his outside door they stay. Back to turn number 1. Tight through turns 1 and 2. Tucker had to slide up the hill just a little bit trying to set up that corner. Stanuchek trying to stay tight to that inside line. 100 laps, you have to wonder how much of that tire, that Hoosier Racing tire, they're willing to burn up here in the early parts. More contact going into turns 1 and 2 as Tucker again went up the hill into the side of Stanuchek. They race again down the back straightaway. Meanwhile, off turn number 4, how about Chase Berta? He was taking a look to the outside of Kyle Crump to try to take the 3rd spot. He'll tuck back in line, and he has company. Ethan, make it, Stanuchek was right there in line as well. And Berta now going to try to go back to the inside on Kyle Crump off turn number 4. 2 by 2 for the 3rd spot. Berta on the inside, Crump on the outside. Your last 2 JEGS Series winners racing side by side right now down the back straightaway. Berta tied on the bottom. Kyle Crump puts the squeeze on 71. They're sideways off turn number 4. A little touching and squeezing as they work. And sideways again in turn number 1 as they get into each other one more time. Berta saves it. That dirt track inexperience from last night coming into play here tonight at Birch Run Speedway. Berta will settle in. Now he'll give the love tap coming off turn number 4. Berta trying to express a little displeasure with the number 71 possibly, or at least trying to rattle that cage and get an opportunity to get into 3rd. We've seen this before. Chase does not like to waste time. He wants to get after it and get up front quick. Three cars under a blanket. Kyle Crump in 71, Chase Berta in 18, and Kevin Cremonesi right there licking his chops, waiting for an opportunity. If both of those cars should wide up the hill, he'll be right there to strike as again Kyle Crump sideways off the 4th turn. Man, Ethan Stanuchek really was sideways. John Beach is going to call it a night in the number 1 car. He'll take it back pit side. Great look from the producers here at Birch Run Speedway. That back straightaway cam, we're side by side for the 3rd spot. Berta is there to the inside in turns 1 and 2. 2 by 2 down the back chute now. They race, drag race underneath the huge American flag and back to turn number 3. Berta just is not able to keep that car up to snuff on the inside of the racetrack. That's kind of what Kyle Crump, I think, is doing. These pro late models depend so much on momentum. Crump is able to roll the outside and keep an edge on Berta, and really what it's making Berta do is burn up that right front tire trying to stay to the inside of the racetrack. Side by side again off turn number 4. Still going after it for that 3rd position. Problems front straightaway. Brian Demlin spins, and it's the brand new JEGS and Chevrolet Performance banners that are the worst for the wear. Brian Demlin off of turn number 4 spins to the infield, and we get our first caution flag of the night. Demlin able to get it fired up and pulls away. Oh, our cone got taken out too. That poor cone today has been through a lot. Well, while we have an opportunity here, 86 laps to go. Brian Demlin going to take that 15 down into the pits. Looks like Steve Dorr might also be pit side in the number 10. Dorr rolled off in the 10th spot here, third place finish back in May when we were here at Birch Run, and something amiss right now on that number 10 machine. Dorr, a two-time winner with the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour, hasn't gone to victory lane since 2015, at least with us. Of course, he's done many things down in Florida. The transplant originally from up here in Coldwater, Michigan, and then found his home in Lakeland, Florida. Big Ed, the always knowledgeable. I mean, he's just, it's like a rusty steel trap. You never know when it's going to go off. 1995, you say? Corrigan Oil Speedway track champion. How about Corrigan Oil Speedway, too? I said this last night with the dirt show that I was at, and I'm so excited about this for Michigan. Indications are that we'll see a 2024 season for Corrigan Oil Speedway, which is just fantastic. You always worry about that when things get on the rocks, and it sounds like Jim Leisure will be back and operating things at Corrigan Oil Speedway, so excited and happy to see that for 2024. Let's take a look at how things stand right now with 86 laps to go. Carson Hocevar out in front since the start. Brandon Varney's trying to reel him in, though, in 61B. Kyle Crump in the third spot at the time of caution. Chase Berta fourth. Kevin Cremonesi fifth. Sixth, Ethan Stanuchek. Jimmy Tucker seventh. Evan Varney eighth. Steve Dorr ninth. And Katie Hettinger rounds out the top 10. So, new this year for 2023 is the choose cone on the front straightaway. And interesting enough, no surprise that Carson Hocevar takes the inside line, but Brandon Varney also takes the inside line, which puts Kyle Crump on the outside of row number 1 for this restart. Here we go. Lights are out on Champion Racing Association Pace Trunk. It pulls down pit side. Caution lights extinguished around Birch Run Speedway. 86 laps to go, 14 on the board. Carson Hocevar, Kyle Crump, your front row as they pick up the pace into the start zone off of turn number 4. Green is up, green is out, and we're back underway. Good start for Hocevar, but a nice job by Crump to hang on the outside. Here comes Varney. We're going to go 3 deep for the top spot off turn number 2. Down the back straightaway, Varney heeds. Here comes Crump to the inside of Hocevar. Hocevar up the hill. Kyle Crump going to try to go side by side off turn number 4. At the line, Hocevar still leads. Back to turns 1 and 2. Hocevar trying to get that big arc around the corner. He'll do it. And a nice job by Kyle Crump to slide in line to make sure nobody else is able. Oh, and Berta into the outside wall down the back straightaway. Brandon Varney slammed the door, and Varney going to go sideways up the hill off turn number 2. Berta returns the favor, tries to get to his inside. Nice job by Brandon Varney to hold on to that race car because Berta gave him a shot and sent him up the hill. Now 2 by 2 for that third spot down the back straightaway. Here comes Kevin Cremonesi. This Berta Varney thing is not done. Berta another love tap in turns 3 and 4, and again gets him sideways, and now here comes Ethan Stanuchek. Stanuchek trying to make it happen now on the inside, 2 by 2 for what is now the 4th spot. Brandon Varney says, get me out of Dodge. I don't want no part of this, and Stanuchek trying to take advantage. Off turn number 4, move Ethan Stanuchek up to that 4th spot. He told me we were garbage here in May. We think we found something. Keep an eye on this 20 car today, and we'll do just that. Kevin Cremonesi held up on the outside. He's falling backwards as here comes Jimmy Tucker back into the picture. Chase Berta's car seems to be ailing after that contact with the outside wall. You see the left front nose valence is pushed in and under, so something definitely amiss now with the 18 of Berta. Tucker trying to get back to the inside of Kevin Cremonesi, 2 by 2 in turns 3 and 4. They're both trying to gobble up Chase Berta. That car just not the same after that restart. Meanwhile, through all of that, let's remind you that Kyle Crump has slid and settled into that 2nd spot. Carson Hocevar is out in front, though, by just about 1 second over that pair, and Brandon Varney has reeled Kyle Crump back in, not letting the former Redbud 400 champion get away and rest easy. There's the advantage for Carson Hocevar. Here comes Crump and Varney. 2 by 2 again now. This battle is for the 5th spot off turn number 4. Cremonesi to the inside of Chase Berta. Cremonesi in 28, taking a peek to the inside, up the hill, hits Berta. Cremonesi sideways, Cremonesi in the grass. Cremonesi still rolling and comes to a stop at the bottom of turn number 2. Caution flag waves. Turns 1 and 2 is so tricky here at Birch Run Speedway. You get a big arc in, and halfway through, you have to turn hard to get ready for the exit of the corner. And Chase Berta up the hill a little bit. Cremonesi crowding a little bit, trying to keep him pinned down. Battle for the same real estate, and with no agents involved, there's going to be a conflict. And Cremonesi gets the losing end of that one, so he'll have to go back and try it again. Chase Berta, I expected to see this. Berta on pit road in 18. Chase Berta will give up the 5th spot to try to see what is going on with that number 18 after the contact. Steve Dorr back on pit road in number 10. We see here on the Racing America broadcast, the crew going to work on the 18 of Chase Berta. Hood is going to go up. Jack's on the left side, going to try to get that nose valence off the ground as well. That's probably about 90% of his issue, is that nose cone is dragging the racetrack. There's probably a piece of suspension that is not exactly the way the manufacturer designed it to be. Steve Dorr down and away. The adjustments continue for the 10 car. And the crew continues to work on Chase Berta's number 18. Hood back on, speed tape going on, 200-mile-an-hour tape being applied to that left front corner of Chase Berta's machine. .78 laps to go now, 22 on the board for this second caution flag here tonight for the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. While we have a moment, let's take you into the area of the show where we tell you who makes it possible for us to do what we do with the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. Of course, JEGS is the title sponsor for the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. Chevrolet Performance, the title presenting sponsor. We want to say thanks to Hoosier Racing Tire, the official tire of the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. Sunoco is the official race fuel. Klotz Synthetic Lubricants, the official lubricating company of the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. VDL Fuel Systems provides the official carburetor. Victory Custom Trailers is the official racing trailer. Racing Electronics, the official communications provider for the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. Cone has been placed on the front straightaway. Let's see how this one shakes out. Kyle Crump was the big winner the last time. Carson Hocevar outside for Carson Hocevar. Crump to the bottom. Varney to the bottom. Stanuchek will go top shelf. Tucker to the bottom. Evan Varney up top. Leak up top. Hettinger low. And the rest of the field will sort this out as they work through. And a couple of fast guys now find themselves at the tail of the field. A couple of fast guys that just tangled as well. 18 and 28. Berta and Cremonesi. Lights are out on the CoughlinCars.com pace truck. Lights extinguished around Birch Run Speedway and Event Center. And a problem here with the timing and scoring lineup. The number 42 of McKenzie being shown under penalty, changed lanes after the choose cone on the front straightaway, so he'll need to drop to the tail of the longest line. Here we go. It's all sorted down to the back. We're ready to go now. Hocevar, Crump, front of the field. Picking up the pace to the restart zone. Green is up, green is out, and we're back underway. Great start for Kyle Crump, dead even at the line into turn number 1. Hocevar going to try to roll the outside. Crump on the bottom, 2 by 2. Off turn number 2 and down the back straightaway. Crump trying to hang on to that left rear quarter panel. Lets Hocevar go into turns 3 and 4. That is saving your race car for when it matters later. Everybody single file now off turn number 4 until you get back to the battle for about 10th, where Katie Hettinger almost puts a little pressure on Dan Leake coming off turn number 2. There's the in-car shot. What a look. Katie Hettinger working right now down through turns 3 and 4. Guy Fire to her outside, gets the spot a little sideways, and she'll tuck in line on the front straightaway. Hettinger, first career start with TK Racing. Everybody trying to figure out how everybody works and settle into a groove. Right now, Hettinger finds herself in 9th. You know, you never want to talk about it, but you may say to yourself, these guys are being really aggressive as here comes Berta to the inside of Cremonesi at the back of the pack as we watch Hettinger go to the inside of Guy Fire for 8th. Behind them, that's the battle for the 11th spot. Berta will get around Cremonesi and tuck back in line. Meanwhile, Hettinger back to the inside of Guy Fire just ahead of her. Dan Leake was looking to the inside of Evan Varney. These guys and gals are getting excited and ready to go, and I'll tell you why. Mother Nature is in the area, and this race becomes official at lap 50. So, while the race is scheduled to go 100 laps, we want it to go 100 laps. We want Birch Run Speedway to run their features. I can tell you right now, Spotterville is looking at the radar and telling these drivers, here's where it's at, here's where you're at. Oh, contact off turn number 4, Brian Demlin into Jeff Versek. They get that straightened out. So that is probably why you're seeing these drivers go a little bit more aggressive than they normally would at this point in the race. Out front, though, no problems out front for your leader, Carson Hocevar. He is way out in front, almost a second the advantage over Kyle Crump. And there's Crump in second. Ethan Stanucek third, Varney fourth. Jimmy Tucker rounds out the top 5 as everybody trying to just put laps on the board. Further back, Chase Berta cracks his way back into the top 10, getting around Guy Fire that time by. Good battle heating up right now on the racetrack for 6th. Dan Leake to the inside of Evan Varney, trying to make that move on that extreme bottom of the racetrack in turns 1 and 2. We've seen that bite drivers before. Evan does a nice job only leaving enough bit of room to keep it enticing, but not enough for Dan Leake to make something actually viable. Leake again takes a peek to the inside in turns 1 and 2. What Varney is really doing a good job of is making sure that he holds that race car in a good line where it doesn't get away from him. There's Katie Hettinger on your screen in 171. She rides in the 8th spot behind that battle. Ahead of her, that great battle we were talking about on Speedway as Leake again to the inside of Evan Varney. Dan Leake, a 2-time JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour champion. Evan Varney, the younger brother of Brandon. On board with Katie Hettinger. In the 8th spot, the former CRA Junior Late Model Series champion. Her grandfather, of course, a standout USAC driver back in his day. I believe a Michigan Motorsports Hall of Fame member. Jim Hettinger. Katie's dad, Chris, did some work for a while and decided when Katie was old enough, I'm just going to put her in a car and see what we can do. She catches that battle. Dan Leake did get around Evan Varney. We were focused on Katie Hettinger while that happened. First time here for Carson Hocevar to have to deal with lap traffic. Tyler McKenzie will be the first car that will have to go 1 lap down in 42. McKenzie takes the bottom side of Birch Run Speedway, and Hocevar will put him a lap down, no problems on the front stretch. Katie Hettinger taking a peek to the inside of Evan Varney. Here we see it. Down in turns 1 and 2. Hettinger on the extreme bottom. Varney gives a room up top. Side by side down the back straightaway. Hettinger trying to hang tough. Varney putting the squeeze on off turn number 4. Hettinger dives it in. Tell you what, she's been running them bull-ring short tracks down south. She will not hesitate to rub fenders if she needs to make these positions happen. Gets a good run off of turn number 4. That time at the stripe, Katie Hettinger up to 7th in 171. And she'll use Mackenzie as a pick to clear Varney completely down the back straightaway, slides back in line. Varney nearly puts the bumper to her. Just ahead, here comes Dan Leake now to the inside of Jimmy Tucker. They're 2 by 2. That's a battle for the 5th spot. Dan Leake trying to crack into the top 5. Leake on the inside. Drag race down the back straightaway with Tucker. Into turns 3 and 4. Tucker puts the squeeze on. Nearly a little bit of side-by-side contact off turn 4. This is a battle for 5th that we're watching on racetrack. Just ahead of Katie Hettinger. So Dan Leake cracks his way into the top 5 in 12. And now starts to try to reel in Brandon Varney. Not a great qualifying effort for Dan Leake. He rolled off 11th. Oh, trouble on the front straightaway. Kevin Cremonesi, hard left-hand turn. Is he out of danger's way will be the question for race control. He didn't go all the way down to pit road. Whatever the problem was, he wanted off the racetrack immediately. And he'll get it fired back up and pulls further into the racing, or off the racing surface, so we will stay green. Dan Leake to the inside of Brandon Varney. That's the battle for the 4th spot through turns 3 and 4. Not much of a battle. Varney will let him go. Move Leake now up to 4th. I was saying not a great qualifying effort for Leake today. Put in a time good enough for 11th quick, but he led a whole mess of laps back here in May. And of course, the hometown guy knows how to get around Birch Run Speedway, whether it be a modified, an Outlaw Super Late Model, a template car, street stock. He probably could get a 3-wheel pedal bike around this place in pretty good time. It is go time. A 1/10 of a second just knocked off of Carson Hosevar's lead by Kyle Crump in 71. Keep an eye on that as Crump starts to put the hammer down in his TK Racing. Lisa Thomas Salon 71. Next time by, Mark Henry in the flag stand will show the field crossed flags. That'll be halfway home. 50 in, 50 to go for the Firecracker 100. And Kyle Crump is coming in 171. That time by another 1/10 of a second knocked off of Hosevar's advantage. Whoa, boy, we got a good one brewing here at Birch Run. Back in this 5th spot, though, is Brandon Varney, and he's got company with Jimmy Tucker. Tucker to the inside, up the hill just a touch, makes some contact. Here comes Katie Hettinger now on the back door of Jimmy Tucker. Tucker going to dive to the inside in turns 1 and 2. Tucker on the bottom in 22. Brandon Varney on the top shelf in 61. 2 by 2 down the back straightaway, and Tucker got sideways. Had to gather it back up to get ready for turn 3. Hettinger on the bottom of the racetrack. Oh, sideways for Brandon Varney. My goodness, that 61 kicked out. Single file now into turns 1 and 2 with Katie Hettinger taking a look to the inside. 2 by 2 off the second turn and down the back straightaway. Now it's a battle for the 6th spot with Hettinger to the inside of Jimmy Tucker. Give Hettinger the spot that time by at the line. Hettinger's car coming on strong here late in the going. Up to 6th. And now up to 5th. Brandon Varney had trouble getting off turn number 2, and that'll move Hettinger up to 5th. Hettinger's last finish here at Birch Run was a 5th. Her best finish, 2nd. Jimmy Tucker almost in the grass to get to the inside of Brandon Varney. That time by in turns 1 and 2. Tucker trying to use every inch of available racetrack, and does so in turns 3 and 4. Pushes up the hill, moves Varney up, and now Jimmy Tucker back up to 6th. 43 laps to go. There's Carson Hocevar. He just rockets by turn number 4. His advantage right now over Kyle Crump. Last time by 0.7 of a second. This time by 0.8 of a second. Hocevar toying slightly with Crump in another good battle this time off turn number 4. The Varney brothers are by each other. Evan trying to get around Brandon for the 6th spot. Chase Berta is there as well. That's a 3-car battle down the back straightaway. Trouble turns 3 and 4 hard into the outside wall. Brian Demlin in 15 and the caution flag waves. There's Brian Demlin, the Hicksville, Ohio driver. Brought additional sponsorship to this race here tonight. Was really excited for the Firecracker 100 and something. Oh, and good to see the window net down on Brian Demlin's car in 15. That's a good indication. Birch Run Speedway safety personnel on the scene quickly. .42 laps to go now at Birch Run Speedway. Carson Hocevar was out in front by 0.8 of a second at the time of the caution. It was all the way down inside of 0.8. It was down to about 0.7 of a second at one point during that green flag run over Kyle Crump. Ethan Stanuchek third. How about Dan Leake from 11th up to 4th and moving? He was starting to set up Stanuchek under green. And how about Katie Hettinger as well? She slid back early from her starting spot in 9th. And now she is all the way up to 5th. There's the shot inside of Hettinger's car. Got to wonder what Hettinger was saving. You got to wonder what Dan Leake was saving. And you also really have to wonder if Kyle Crump has anything left in those Hoosier Racing tires with 42 laps to go. This is about the point in the race where drivers will really start to turn up the wick and see what they've got left in the tank. Take a moment to continue to thank a couple of sponsors for the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. Of course, we mentioned Hoosier Racing Tire. They give out a performance award here with the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. A $150 bonus to a couple of the biggest movers of the race. Pitboxes.com will award the pit crew of the race. Chase Berta in the running for that here tonight with his pit crew, getting his car taken care of. He went to the tail of the field after going pit side. He's now back up to 9th. Fluidine, the Cool Under Pressure Award. KRC Power Steering Hard Luck of the Race Award. Brian Demlin, man, after that hit to the outside wall, Brian Demlin might be in the running for the KRC Hard Luck of the Race Award. At the end of the season, Sunoco will award a Sportsman of the Year. Also, some great contingency sponsors, McGonigal Engine Performance, Quartermaster, as well as Penske Racing Shocks, All-Star Performance, Swift Springs, DRP Performance Products, VDL Fuel Systems, Howe Racing, Holly Performance, Day Race Products, Bassett Racing Wheels, Schoenfeld Headers, Strange Oval, Tilton, 5-Star Race Car Bodies, MSD, Aero Racing Wheels, Pro Shocks, and MPI, all proud supporters of the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour presented by Chevrolet Performance. Next event for the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour coming up Saturday, July 19th, Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, 100 laps around the famed high banks of the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. Of course, Nashville has a great pro late model program down there, so our best, their best, will square off for 100 laps. And then, speaking of their best and our best, some of the best pro late model drivers in the country will line up Saturday, August 19th at Owasso Speedway for the Masters of the Pros 184, the richest pro late model race in, I mean, good luck finding a richer one. Great Masters of the Pros. We saw great Masters races here. We've seen great Masters races at Nashville. And now we'll see what Owasso Speedway can produce. 184 laps on Saturday, August 19th. Labor Day weekend, Saturday, September 2nd, the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour will join the ASA CRA Super Series powered by JEGS at Winchester Speedway. 100 laps for the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. Then Saturday, September 9th, right back here at Birch Run Speedway to wrap up the mini-series for 100 laps at Birch Run. Friday, October 13th, Winchester Speedway. And the season ends during All-American 400 weekend, the All-American 100 at Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway for 100 laps Saturday and Sunday, November 4th and 5th. This time by at the flag stand, the choose cone is out, and we will see what sort of implications are found by what lane you choose. 2 to go and choose. This time at the cone, Hocevar, no games. Goes right to the bottom, Crump right to the top. Stanucek bottom, Leak top, Hettinger bottom. Brandon Varney, the only one that really has mixed up the traditional start. Instead of going to the inside, he went top shelf. Followed Jimmy Tucker up top. So that'll allow Evan Varney to slide up a couple of spots right behind Katie Hettinger. Lights are out on the CoughlinCars.com pace truck. Caution lights extinguished around Birch Run Speedway and Event Center. 58 laps on the board, 42 laps to go. We ride along on the Racing America broadcast with Katie Hettinger for the restart. She starts inside of row number 3. Carson Hocevar backs him up to the restart zone. Green is up, green is out, and we're back underway. Hocevar, Crump, side by side, rubbing door panels through turns 1 and 2. Problems for Evan Varney. He's up the hill, gets caught by Jeff Versek. He will be slow on the back straightaway. Evan Varney appears to have cut down a right front tire. We'll see if he can get it back pit side. Meanwhile, off turn 4, still is Carson Hocevar out in front. Crump trying to hold off Dan Leak now. Leak up to 3rd, and the caution flag waves for Evan Varney. 4th caution of the day. Well, that restart was interesting, and Evan Varney waving for a push over in turn number 4. So while it looked like under power maybe a tire issue, it appears more so a powertrain issue for the 61. We mentioned a big weekend for the Champion Racing Association team. We'll leave here and head south about 10 hours, give or take, if you're in a car anyhow. If you were flying, it'd only be about 2. Down to Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. America's favorite short track hosts the ASA CRA Super Series powered by JEGS, the ASA Southern Super Series presented by Sunoco Race Fuels, as they go head-to-head in the North-South Super Late Model Challenge tomorrow night at Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. Some great entries for that one, too. Can't make it down there, catch all the action right here on RacingAmerica.tv. Great field on hand, great crowd on hand here tonight at Birch Run Speedway. A nice shot of the crowd that has made it out here to Birch Run Speedway. If you're here at Birch Run, you're on camera. Give them a wave. Say hi. Everybody at home's looking at you. Yeah, Evan Varney not under power down the front straightaway. That car completely silent, aside from the nose valance scraping the asphalt as he went by. And he'll head to the attention of his crew down in the pits. Looks like they're going to consider a tire change on the 61 of Varney. For those keeping track at home, Tyler McKenzie will get the free pass, be back on the lead lap with the rest of the field. So whatever the issue, it's going to include a new right front tire for Evan Varney down in the pits. All right, here's the choose cone. 1471 will be side by side. Dan Leak to the outside, which will put Ethan Stanucek inside of row number 2. Katie Hettinger once again will be to the inside of row 3. Jimmy Tucker to her outside once again. And again, Brandon Varney gives up the opportunity to go to the inside. He'll stay to the outside behind Jimmy Tucker and pull Chase Berta alongside. One to go signal given this time by Mark Henry in the flag stand. Now 59 laps on the board, 41 to go. Carson Hocevar, Kyle Crump. Side by side through turns 3 and 4, picking up the pace to the start zone off turn 4. A little sideways for Hocevar, Crump dead even, 2 by 2 into turn number 1, contact. Door banging down through turns 1 and 2. Hocevar way up the hill. Crump way up the hill, and here comes Stanucek. Stanucek to the inside, down the back straightaway. Into turn number 3. Stanucek trying to hold tight. Here comes Dan Leak, thinking about threading the needle off turn 4. Thinks better of it. 2 by 2 for the second spot. Down into turns 1 and 2. Stanucek now has to chase it up the hill. Crump holds tough on the outside. He'll retake the second spot down the back straightaway. Meanwhile, behind them, here comes Katie Hettinger. She's to the inside of Dan Leak, trying to make something happen in 171. Off turn 4, Hettinger working inside that race car, trying to stay to the inside of Dan Leak. Leak tries to put the squeeze on going into turns 1 and 2. It's not going to work. Hettinger still going to stay to the inside down the back straightaway. 2 by 2 into turns 3 and 4. 2 by 2 off turn 4. Hettinger inside of Dan Leak. Little door banging now into turn number 1. Hettinger on the bottom. Dan Leak still working top shelf. That's a battle for the 4th spot as Hettinger trying to shake Dan Leak, but the 2-time champion just will not give way. Leak a little sideways working the top shelf off turn 4. Hettinger still trying to work the bottom of the racetrack. She's doing a great job of it, but Dan Leak, oh man, Guy Fire almost into the outside wall off turn number 2. This is a fantastic battle we're watching right here for the 5th spot. Actually, it's for the 4th spot. Hettinger has it. Dan Leak is in 5th, trying to take it away. And here comes Chase Berta now, up to 6th, and he wants back into the top 5. Hettinger will clear Leak. Leak now going to try to regroup, regather, and reassess the opportunity to get around the 171. He almost goes into the grass in turn number 1, trying to get to the inside. Single file now through the field. Closest battle right now is a 2 by 2 battle between Evan Varney and Steve Dorr. That is, Brandon Varney and Steve Dorr. No, I was correct. Evan Varney in 61. And Steve Dorr, that is for the 9th spot. Evan Varney, however, it looks like being scored 1 lap down. So that is not a battle for position on the racetrack. There you see it. Evan and Steve, 2 by 2. That's not a battle for position, just locked up right now. The battle for position right now is heating up for 3rd, though. Ethan Stanucek is about to get gobbled up by Katie Hettinger, and she still has all sorts of pressure from Dan Leak. Hettinger right to the back door of Ethan Stanucek now off turn number 4. Stanucek a little sideways. That opens the door for Hettinger. Hettinger going to try to throw it in turn number 1. Hettinger inside. Stanucek going to run wide, give her the room she needs coming off turn number 2, but Katie's going to lose that momentum working down the back straightaway. Back to the inside in turns 3 and 4. Stanucek up top, Hettinger down low. Hettinger, of course, with Dan Leak right on the back door as well as they work back into turn number 1. Ethan Stanucek, 1 win with the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour, came during a combo event with the ASA CRA Super Series at Flat Rock Speedway in 2022. He was the 2nd car across the line, but the first pro late model to do it. Hettinger inside of Stanucek, side by side off turn number 4. Hettinger established now on that bottom side, was able to get around Dan Leak that very same way. She is running out of time. 72. It's going to be 73 laps on the board this time by. And we got a battle at the front. Kyle Crump is right to the back door of Carson Hocevar going into turns 1 and 2. Crump now trying to take a look to the inside off of turn 2. This is a battle for the lead. Down the back straightaway. Contact. Hocevar sideways. Crump sideways. They both spin in turns 3 and 4. Oh, man. Former teammates with the Van Dorn Racing Development Squad get together down the back straightaway. Crump tried to crowd him on the left rear quarter panel. Hocevar spun. Crump locked it down and spun as well, and both of those cars go sideways. And now we wait to hear from race control. So Hocevar challenging to try to stay up front, but the call just coming from race control. Carson Hocevar and Kyle Crump will both go to the tail. Ethan Stanuchek will be your new race leader. So let me work you through a couple of procedural things for Champion Racing Association. It basically shakes out like this. The car that spins is the caution car, will go to the tail. If contact from another car causes that car to spin, that car will also go to the tail. 14 spun, he's the caution car. 71 made contact, he helped him spin. Both cars go to the tail. Now, as far as timing and scoring is concerned, if you're a Katie Hettinger fan, you say, now wait a minute, she was ahead of Ethan Stanuchek. Not when they crossed the start-finish line for the last completed lap. Ethan Stanuchek was out in front, and so that will give him the race lead. Hocevar will stop on the front straightaway to have a word with CRA officials, but it's pretty straightforward, and it's a one-way conversation. CRA rulebook reads pretty simple. So after a brief conversation down with a CRA official, which just gets relayed to timing and scoring says that's the call that we have on the race, so that's the way it's going to stand. Hocevar and Crump now will go to the tail of the field, and this time by it'll be 2 to go and choose, and it's a whole new battle at the front of this field. For the first time since lap 1, we're going to have a new leader when this race goes green. Stanuchek will take the bottom. Katie Hettinger will take the top shelf in 171. Dan Leake on the bottom of row 2. Chase Berta on the outside of row 2. And if you're watching on Racing America, now you get a chance to watch from the inside of Katie Hettinger's car from the front row for a restart. All right, lights go out on the CoughlinCars.com. Pace truck, lights extinguished around Birch Run Speedway. I asked Ethan Stanuchek, I said, do you have a car to win? He said, I said too much to you last time, and our luck was terrible. He said, I'm not talking to you today, and I walked away. That was the end of the conversation, and now he leads with 27 laps to go. Bunches the field up in turns 3 and 4 to the restart zone. Green is up, green is out, and we're back underway. Down into turns 1 and 2. Stanuchek has that advantage coming off turn number 2. Hettinger trying to hang tough on the outside. Dan Leake trying to take a peek to the inside in turn 3. He'll dive bomb into that third turn and get side by side with Hettinger. Here he comes off of turn number 4. Put it on the board. Ethan Stanuchek, officially your new leader with 26 laps to go. Down the back straightaway into 3 and 4. Leak into the second spot. Hettinger into third. Berta into fourth. Two by two for fifth. Tucker on the bottom. Varney working top shelf. As they come off turn number 4. Varney trying to hang tough on the right rear quarter panel of Tucker. It's a two-car battle right now down the back straightaway. They go single file. Now it's single file through the field. Hocevar trying to work his way through the field and bring Kyle Crump with him. Hocevar going to the outside of Steve Dorr. That's a battle for the 7th spot. Now he'll cross over, go back to the inside in turns 1 and 2. Nothing doing for 14. Kyle Crump will go to his outside. Three-car breakaway slightly at the front. Stanuchek, Leak, Hettinger getting a little distance between themselves and Chase Berta. Then it's Berta and Tucker. Then Varney, Dorr, and Hocevar and Crump still side by side back in the pack. Crump will get around Hocevar. Still single file. Battle heating up for the top spot, though, off turn number 4. Dan Leak right to the back door of Ethan Stanuchek. He had almost a look to the inside that time through turns 3 and 4. Stanuchek trying to keep that good arc to get through the corner, but it does open up the opportunity for Leak to look inside, and now they open up about a 2-car length advantage down the back straightaway. But, man, Leak is good getting into turns 3 and 4, gobbles up that distance, and puts it in his back pocket. Katie Hettinger right there as well in third. She's trying to see what she's got left in the 171. We're inside of 20 laps to go. Stanuchek's car looks tight in turns 3 and 4. He's trying to find out what he can do to get a good run through the corner. What he does have going for him, though, is a fantastic drive off turn number 4, and thankfully for him, that's where the checkered flag will be, and the finish line is off turn 4. Dan Leak now going to have to start going into defensive mode as Katie Hettinger starts to put the pressure on the 2-time JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour champion. Hettinger, as we mentioned, the former CRA CRA Junior Late Model Series champion. Of course, she picked up her first career Pro Late Model win earlier this season down at New Smyrna Speedway during Speed Weeks. A gaggle of cars off turn number 4, starting with Steve Dorr in 7th. Kyle Crump, Carson Hocevar right there as well. They are all bumper to bumper, nose to nose. Brandon Varney in that mix too. 2 by 2 down the back straightaway. Carson Hocevar thinking about 3 wide into turn number 3. They are 3 wide. Varney on the outside, Hocevar on the bottom, Kyle Crump in the middle. They'll get out of that mess, though, by the time they get off turn number 4. Brandon Varney gives way, lets Kyle Crump go, and here comes Hocevar now back to the inside. Hocevar still trying to move up through the field. That right now is for the 8th spot if he gets around Brandon Varney, which puts Kyle Crump 7th, Steve Dorr 6th, with some distance between him and the top 5. Inside of 15 laps to go. Brandon Varney all over the back bumper of Carson Hocevar that time off turns 3 and 4. Putting the pressure on the 2-time Craftsman Truck Series winner. "12 laps to go. Everybody's settling in right now for this 10-lap shootout as Leak gets a little sideways coming off turn 4. That allows Katie Hettinger to get to the back bumper as they work back into turns 1 and 2. Hettinger again takes a peek going into turn number 3. Just kind of sets herself to set in that rear view mirror of Dan Leak. Try to see if she can force the veteran driver to make a mistake. Nine laps to go. That time by for Ethan Stanuchek in the 20. Inside of Katie Hettinger's car now on the Racing America broadcast as she sits in third. Watching Dan Leak trying to find a way to get around Stanuchek. She, meanwhile, tries to figure out if she can get by Dan Leak. Those three cars have broken away. Chase Berta is fourth, Jimmy Tucker fifth. This time by 5 fingers will be in the air from Mark Henry. We'll see 5 laps to go for Ethan Stanucek. Katie Hettinger to the inside of Dan Leake. Got to that inside quarter panel off turn number 2. She'll try to work him over once again in turns 3 and 4. Can't quite get back to that bumper, though. Hettinger. Well, Crump and Tucker nearly get tangled up in turn number 2. There might be a little bit of team chemistry issue right there as this race has unfolded. Crump to the outside of Tucker once again coming off turn number 4, side by side, and Crump will have the spot that time by. Whoa, a little contact down the back straightaway. Hettinger and Dan Leake got together. Leake trying to put the squeeze on. This is for the second spot. Hettinger is there. 2 sticks to the air, 2 laps to go. Popsicle sticks as Hettinger to the inside of Leake for second. Up the hill goes Dan Leake. Hettinger will take the spot down off turn number 2 and down the back straightaway. She'll slide in line single file. Hettinger second. Leake trying to come back, but meanwhile the white flag waves for Ethan Stanucek, the driver out of Taylor, Michigan. To this point, finished second at Flat Rock Speedway in a combo event with a Super Series and Pro Late Model Series. He was the first Pro Late Model driver across the line. People said that doesn't count as a win. You were the second car across the line. But the argument stops now. Ethan Stanucek is a winner with the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. It was June of 2022. Star win at Flat Rock Speedway. He crossed the line in second behind Kyle Crump, who is in a supercar. He, of course, in this Pro Late Model. He got credit for a Pro Late Model win that day. And now the argument stops. Ethan Stanucek outright going to victory lane here today with the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour. Hypersill on the hood of this car. Safety equipment is coming off. Out of the car, race. Firecracker 100. Ethan Stanucek out of the car. We'll try to get Ethan over here to the sweet spot for the microphone. I feel like I'm on a leash. I want to go over there and talk to him so bad, but I know that I'll lose the microphone. Come on over here. You wouldn't talk to me earlier today. You better talk to me now, mister. You said last time I talked to you before the race, we were garbage. I'm not talking to you today. You want to talk now that you're in victory lane?
Of course now I want to talk.
Tell,
Why I didn't talk to you earlier. I figured it was bad luck or something.
tell me about this. Come on up here to this sweet spot right here. Ethan, you're running great. That car looks good. And then the thing happens in turn 3, right? The 14 and 71 get together. Did you know at that point that it was your race?
I had a pretty good idea. I think we had a really good car the whole race. We were just loose everywhere, which I've never had here. Obviously, we're going to be loose from now on. Overall, like, can't complain. Can't thank my guys enough, my family enough for being here. Like, this is unreal. It's long overdue.
I tell you what, the last time that you and I talked, it was after you technically finished second at Flat Rock Speedway. You're a JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour winner, absolutely, for sure. No conversation about it, my guy. You won it outright. How you feeling?
I can't even speak. Like, this is amazing. Unlike anything I've ever felt before. This is the best win we've ever had, hands down. I got no words.
He's got no words, but I know you do, race fans. Make some noise for your winner, Ethan Stanuchek. Here we go, Jason. Jason from Birch Speedway, you have the trophy presentation for Ethan Stanuchek.
Ethan, thank you so much for coming to Birch Speedway. Great job, great racing. Was wonderful to watch. Everybody put on a great show.
There you go, race fans. How about it one more time for Ethan Stanuchek? We'll see if I can get over here with this microphone and keep it working. We can try. Well, check. Let's move up here. Runner-ups for you this week. I know that's a good feeling, but it's also probably getting old. But talk to me about this. First start for the TK Racing crew for you. First time back up here in Michigan in a long time. Katie Hettinger, how you feeling after that second place run?
I feel pretty good. Would have loved to win, but huge thanks to TK, Lisa Salon, Van Dorn, Racing State. I'm glad to be here with all the fans and my family and everything. We had a really fast car, especially firing off, and so it was a really good ride, and we just didn't quite have enough.
You kind of slid back at the beginning and then working your way through the field. And, man, you and Dan Leake put on a great show, a former champion. You and Dan going side by side. Talk about that battle.
Oh, yeah, I love racing with Dan. He's a great driver. I feel like we had good, clean racing. It was a lot of fun.
How about it, race fans? Second spot here tonight. Give it up for Katie Hettinger. See if we can get a word with third place, Dan Leake down here, and I can kind of tell walking up, not necessarily the show that you wanted today. A lot better than when we were here in May. This car's still in one piece, but talk to me about your 100 laps. Finished third, but doesn't look like the performance you wanted.
No, I feel like we had a car capable of winning, but, you know, you race these guys clean, week in, week out. You get on the outside of them, they think they can just use you up going down here in a corner. I mean, car was good until that, but we'll take it. You know, third place ain't too bad. She's not beat up too bad, so we'll go for the next one.
All right, tell me who it makes it possible for you to be here on the podium.
All my guys that worked their butts off, Mr. Asphalt, Bridge Lake Auto, Green Acres, the Dog Leg, Mickey's, Sleds and More, M&M Lawn Care. You know, I got a bunch of local supporters that back me pretty good, so just appreciate everything they do for me, and I don't know, we'll go home and work on it or make it a little better.
Race fans from right here in Birch Run, how about it? Third spot, give it up for Dan Leake. Well, on behalf of everybody with Champion Racing Association, Track Enterprises, Bob Sargent, Scott Menlin, and everybody that makes it happen here with Champion Racing Association, I want to say thank you all for coming out tonight to tonight's Firecracker 100 at Birch Run. Hello, check. Then, out, check. It's the most important part of the show. No, I'm kidding. The part where I tell you that I'm Zach Heiser, and I hope you guys had a fantastic night tonight, and I hope to see you again at a racetrack very soon. Until then, I'll send it back up to Big Ed Enlows and Flounder.
Thank you very much, Zach. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for this field of JEGS CRA All-Star Performance Series presented by Chevrolet Performance Racers. Congratulations once again to Ethan Stanuchek on the big win.
All right, we can bring the 50-50 out now. We'll have Ethan pull that 50-50 ticket number. 50-50, come on out. Bring the bucket. We'll have Ethan pull that number right over here. Right over here. Over here. Check. 50-50 tonight. Half of the pot went toward the Mid-Michigan Heat fast pitch girls team. $849 going home to a lucky ticket number. Ethan Stanucek, you're going to make somebody else a winner. Reach into that bucket, and let's make somebody some big money. All right, here we go. It is a red ticket. 448 558. 448 558. Oh, look at her. She's on the top row. She's like, let's go. Good stuff. All right, there you go. That's 50-50. All right, Big Ed. Now I swear I'm done. I'm done taking up your time.
No problem, Zach. We can probably find something else for you to do down there, though, actually, if you want to keep at it. But
maybe a bartender down at Gas Alley serving up the Firecracker $107 special.
That's one possibility.
Also, don't forget, our very own Kyle Hill will be making his way down to the flag stand. Going to be giving some goodies away as courtesy of the Birch Run Speedway and Event Center. But you have to prove that you have subscribed to the Birch Run Speedway YouTube channel. So make sure you have your social media out so that you can show Kyle and you can walk away with some swag as we've hit the 500 subscriber mark. So thank you, everybody. Kyle's made his way down there to the right of the Back Road Beauty Salon flag stand, has some goodies to give away. As long as you can prove that you are a subscriber to our Birch Run Speedway YouTube page. First come, first serve. No trampling allowed. Be nice and polite. Kyle's a good guy. We see the drivers lining up in the chute, getting ready to make their way out. Of course, if you subscribe to the Birch Run Speedway YouTube channel, you can check out the in-car or in-truck shot from, I believe, Dan Shamel. I'm not. It's one of the Shamels.
224. 8. Give me a wave. 8. 95. Thank you.
Matt Mosier in the number 79 will start on the pole. Jason Grissom in the 224 on the outside. Ryan Hunn drives that blue number 8 truck. And that's Cam DeLong on the outside in the number 95.
Inside the next row is the 47X of Joe Shamel, and to his outside, Anthony Duvernoy in the 55. And then starting shotgun on the field, your fast qualifier, Dan Shamel. And to his outside in the J21, that is Walt Dalrymple Jr. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you hear the music kicking on. It's that time. It's the wave lap time. I need everybody from turn 4 down to turn 1. Stand up, get up. Wave your hats, wave your lefts, wave your rights, wave your Crocs if you got them. Come on, get up, get up, get up, get up. It's the wave lap. We're up here in the tower. They can't see us, and we don't care. Why is that, Big Ed?
We be waving.
Birch Run Speedway style. Mason Burgess Title Agency American Trucks 20 lap feature. Matt Mosher, Jason Grissom, Ryan Hunn, and Cam DeLong. Your front 4. Slow pace down into turn 3. Mosher starts to get on the gas. Jeff West waves the green flag. Here we go.
We're trucking here at Birch Run Speedway. Grissom, your leader, 3 wide battle toward the back.
Pair of Shamel's going to try and work their way to the front of the field. Dan right on the tailgate of Brother Joe as they make their way to the outside of Matt Mosher entering turn 1. Meanwhile, up front, Jason Grissom with the lead. Cam DeLong in second. Anthony Duvernoy in third. DeLong looking to the outside, coming out of turn 4.
Now the Shamel brothers, oh, they get into each other along the front stretch. Joe going spinning into turn 1. Dan right on the quarter panel. Oh, that's going to make for some great Sunday afternoon dinner conversation at the Shamel household.
Is it going to be a pleasant conversation? Not really. Well, Dan Shamel doing the right thing, dropping immediately to the tail of the field. Jason Grissom, your leader, Cam DeLong, now parked right to his outside.
2 down, 18 to go. Green flag's out. We're racing.
Anthony Duvernoy making the move to the inside of DeLong. Comes out of turn 2, takes over that second spot. DeLong back to third. Joe Shamel up to fourth. Walt Dalrymple Jr. running in fifth.
Dan Shamel, though, wasting no time, already up to that 6th spot, takes over 5th from Dalrymple, and he's right back where he started from, right on the bumper of his brother Joe.
Grissom developing a little bit of a push, a little bit of contact from the 55 of Duvenoy coming out of turn 4. Grissom trying to keep that truck pinned to the bottom, washing up just a little bit. Dan Schamel to the outside of Joe Schamel down the backstretch. That's a battle for the 4th spot now.
Duvenoy's now up to 2nd in that 55. Dan Schamel up to 4th in the 47. High, wide, and Hampton in that outside lane, trying to look to the outside of Cam DeLong for the 3rd spot. Grissom still your leader.
Dan Schamel washing way up the track, trying to get to the outside of Cam DeLong. That allows Joe Schamel to close back in. Duvenoy right to the tailgate of the 224 as Jason Grissom continues to lead. Dan Schamel looking to the inside of Cam DeLong and turn 3 now. Oh, and he hit the tire, contact in the 95. 95 and 47 go around. Caution flag back out.
Well, Cam DeLong with the flat tire in the 95 after that contact with Schamel. He'll have to go to the pit area, see if he can get that tire repaired. He'll be allowed 3 laps under yellow to get that done once he's into his pit area. Looks as though Dan Schamel will know his fate, as it looks like he's tagging on at the rear of the field.
Definitely a tough break. Had the inside position going for the 2nd spot or the 3rd spot, and unfortunately got a little too low on the track and hit that tractor tire, upsetting the 47 and into the 95 and causing that conundrum over there in turn 4. Looks like problems for the J21 of Walt Dalrymple Jr. Going to take that machine to the pits, possibly. Yep, makes the hard right and goes down into the pits.
We've got some stuff coming up here this next week here at the Birch Run Speedway and Event Center. Country Night Concert Night on Thursday, July 6th. Todd Michaels Band along with the Sweet Tea Trio going to be here, and anybody that's seen them last year knows what a delight they are to listen to.
They definitely are, Ed.
I was waiting, Chuck. I set you up with the softball.
You set me up for the
there.
softball. Here we go.
Right.
Anyway, yes, it's definitely worth the ticket. I believe it's $20 admission. Anyway, a good time. That's going to be this Thursday night at the United Financial Credit Union stage. Todd Michael Band, Waylon Hanel, and the Sweet Tea Trio all making their way to the stage.
And then Friday night, July 7th, the Midwest Modified Tour makes their first stop of the season here at the Birch Run Speedway and Event Center. We'll also have our front-wheel drives in action along with the Pure Stocks, Street Stocks, and these American trucks. That's all next Friday night. And then Saturday, we got a bar night here at the Speedway on the 8th with some live music there also.
Hey, Dave, can you hold them, and we'll do both at the same
Just after midnight, we'll be here on July 8th. And then on July 14th, we have Fast Cars and Freedom Night, Pure Stock Invite, along with the Street Stocks, the National Compact Touring Series, and Mason Burgess Title Agency American Trucks will be back in action.
And that's just here through the next couple of weeks, folks. Make sure you go to birchrunracing.com, check our full schedule. We have a full slate. We'll keep you busy right through October.
Also, if you're a country music fan, it's a little ways away, but September 16th, we will have country star Joe D. Messina here at the Speedway. Tickets can be found at birchrunevents.com for that event and all events here at the Birch Run Speedway and Event Center.
8 laps in, 12 laps to go.
Well, they're getting a little antsy as we had a couple of vehicles we were waiting for, white flags being displayed. Walt Dalrymple and Cam DeLong both make their way back out on the track.
Grissom's led all 8 of the first 8 laps. He's got Duvernois, though, on his outside. Shamo right behind him. Let's see what happens. We're racing.
Oh, Duvernois trying to cut right in behind the 224. Close quarters as the 47 exit. Joe Shamo almost gets into the back of the 55. Oh, look at Joe Shamo. Or Dan. Yes.
He's the fast one.
Dan Shamel, your fast qualifier to the outside of Joe Shamel. Down the backstretch, battle for the 3rd spot. Duvernois right on the tailgate of the 224. A little bit of contact into turn 4, coming down the front stretch.
This time by halfway home. 10 laps in, 10 laps to go. Battle on up front. A couple of Shamels trying to chase down Duvernois and Grissom. Duvernois now going to look to the outside.
Problems on the backstretch. Cam DeLong and Walt Dalrymple get it settled as we've got a battle now. Anthony Duvernois trying to look to the outside of the 224. Walt Dalrymple calls it a night. Grissom sliding up the track. Duvernois looking to the inside, backs out of it. Dan Shamel way up high on the front stretch around the outside of Joe Shamel.
Hey, for effort there for Dan Shamel, trying to get it done where no one else has here lately. That outside groove. But Duvernois gets right up in his way, blocks his efforts, and now Shamel's going to look inside of Duvernois. That's Joe Shamel for the 2nd spot.
Duvernois tried to make the high side work. That might cost him as Joe Shamel now solidly to the inside of the 55. Dan Shamel thinking about going 3 wide as they come out of turn 4.
Joe Shamel solidly into that 2nd position now as he's going to look to make a move on Grissom. Time running out, though, Chuck. This time by, we're only going to have 5 laps to go.
Great battle for the top spot. Jason Grissom looking to pick up a feature win, trying to hold off the world, and Joe Shamel and Dan Shamel. Duvernois and Joe Shamel make contact. Caution flag out. Well, the 55, Anthony Duvernois, appearing to tap out on that one, as there was a little bit too much contact as they battled for the 2nd spot. Dan Schamel will get his spot back, or Joe Schamel will.
Right, and he'll be outside the front row. And brother Dan will be inside row 2. Grissom is becoming a sandwich with the Schamels as the bread. Chief starter Jeff West, shows the field. The white flag will be at racing speed next time by. 15 in, 5 to go.
Well, here we go. 5-lap shootout. Grissom on the inside. Joe Schamel to the outside. Green flag waves. Here we go. Grissom continuing to lead out of turn 4. Oh, we got contact. Dan Schamel into the back of the 224. Spins the 224 around. Caution flag is out one more time. Well, unfortunately for the 47 of Dan Schamel, after all of that, he has exceeded the 2 caution rule and has been asked to go pit side for the remainder of the night.
We'll give the 224 spot back up front. 5 to go. 15 in. Grissom still your leader. Joe Schamel runs second. Cam DeLong, Anthony Duvernois.
Jason Grissom continues to lead, going to set the pace. They're coming out of turn 4. Green flag waves one more time. We're back to racing. Oh, we got contact. Cam DeLong into Anthony Duvernois. We stay clean and green out of turn 2. Battle for the 3rd spot as Grissom continues to lead, trying to pull away from Schamel in the 47X. Oh, Joe Schamel all sorts of sideways off from turn 2 that time. Lost a little ground. Closes right back onto the tailgate of the 224. Handling might have gone away on the 47X as this time by 2 more laps to go. 2 more laps for the 224 of Jason Grissom.
Duvernois giving Schamel a little bump through the corner there. Schamel not even able to keep up with Grissom, it seems like. Good run off of 3. Oh,
white flag waves.
White flag out, 1 lap to go, but Schamel sits idle there in turn number 4, and the caution flag is out.
Well. Definitely close quarters racing. The 55 and the 47X making contact over in turn 4 as we saw the white flag being displayed. Jason Grissom in that 224 definitely did not want to see that.
19 laps in, only one to go. Down to 5 vehicles. Duvernay is being asked to leave after his second caution flag that he was responsible for. So here we go. We'll see the white and the green at the same time. 1 lap shootout. Here we go. White and green are out. 1 to go.
Can Jason Grissom hold on? Can Joe Shamel make anything happen on the outside? 1 lap to determine the winner. Grissom continues to lead down the backstretch. Cam DeLong up to 3rd. Grissom's got to hit his mark solidly. Coming out of turn 4, double checkered waves. Give the win to Jason Grissom.
Joe Shamel comes home second. Cam DeLong scored 3rd. Ryan Hunn with a 4th place finish. And Matt Mosier with his first top 5.
Definitely a happy camper down here in Victory Lane. He's climbing out of the truck, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for your feature winner, Jason Grissom. Jason, I'll have you come over here to me real quick, get a word with you. First off, welcome to Victory Lane here at Birch Run Speedway. Nice job coming up through the field. How was it handling all the pressure as the laps clicked off and we had caution, especially after that last one on the last lap?
Stressful.
Anyway, you picked up the big win. Tell us who makes it all possible for you.
I don't even know right now. The Printing Zoo, Ron Schwab's Gears, Muffler Man, Wow Lady, everybody.
He's a little bit speechless, ladies and gentlemen, but give him a big round of applause. Your Mason Burgess Title Agency American Truck winner, Grissom. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Chuck. Nice job. Always got to love that first-time feature winner down there. How about it, folks? One more time. Get up for your feature winner, Jason Grissom. All right, folks. We have one more event left before it's fireworks time here at the Speedway. We're going to do a little school bus figure 8 racing for you folks here tonight.
Bus number 8 going to be, I believe, Walt Dalrymple. Ken and Brenda from Flushing Schools are in number 5 and number 6. Then you have Matt Doobie and feature winner in the Mason Burgess Title Agency American Trucks, Jason Grissom, in bus number 4.
White flag being displayed will be a racing speed next time by 10 laps for our buses.
And the last 2 school bus figure 8 events, we have had one each night go over on its side. Kids, do not, I repeat, do not encourage your bus drivers to do this, even though we have 2 bus drivers from Flushing Schools out there racing. Or you could and see if they'll do it, and it'll make your ride to school that much more interesting.
Jeff West throws the green flag. We are school bus figure 8 racing.
Might have a battle for the lead as the second bus making way, making ground up on the leader. Little bit of contact farther back in the field. Bus number 3 and bus number 4 going at it. Meanwhile, bus number 2 with the lead. Watch the intersection. Oh, they're all stopping. Nobody's taking a chance.
There's no kids there to pick up. What are they stopping for?
It's all green in figure 8 racing.
We've reached the halfway point. 5 in, 5 to go.
Not that time at the intersection. Watch out, we got a battle. Battle for the second spot as they just missed the 3 bus. Oh, watch the intersection. Right in front of your leader. Bus number 3 stops. They keep going. We stay green flag. Oh, right in front of your leaders again.
Your leader putting a lap on 3 of the buses. This time by is going to see the white flag. 1 lap to go.
Watch the intersection. Checkered flag flies. Give the win to bus number 2. We will get an official word on the driver here in just a second. Well, Ed, I think Racer X is going to get a name here in just 1 second. Kenny from Flushing Schools picking up the win. How about that? Well, that just proves that your school bus driver can get it done in the school bus figure 8.
Another first-time winner here tonight at the Birch Run Speedway.
Thanks to Dave Damon and Dana down there doing a little bit of everything here at Birch Run Speedway and Event Center. Well, we're going to take just a second to get everything repositioned, and then it is time for the Night Flight fireworks display. Got to thank the fine folks from Night Flight Fireworks just down the road in Bridgeport.
When they're done, Jason. Well, folks, that's our show here tonight. Hope you enjoyed the fireworks. We definitely ended it with a bang. Please be careful as you exit out of the grandstands. Out to the parking lot, to the highways and byways that brought you all to be with us here tonight. If you've been indulging in an adult beverage, please find yourself a designated driver to get you home safely. Want to see you back here at the track. Sometime next week, we got some concerts, country concerts on Thursday, racing on Saturday, on Friday, with a Midwest Modified in town. So make sure you put that on your calendar. Check the website for all of our start times. For the staff and management of the Birch Run Speedway and Event Center, I'm half the announcing team, Big Ed Inlows.
And I'm the other half, Chuck the Flounder Darling, and we wish you all a good night and a safe 4th of July holiday weekend.